Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing today? Happy post-Christmas. Happy holidays. I believe it is the start of Kwanzaa. Many, many holidays this season. Hello, hello. You know, next stream day maybe? I don't know. Again, I'm in the middle of moving. There is no schedule that I can pre-make ahead of time. So I apologize again, but please do not ask if I have a schedule. My days are based on whether or not I can move stuff or not. Michaela with the $2, thank you so much. Super chat to have a super time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All super chats help me with moving costs, as moving is going to be hella expensive. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Outfit print, thank you. My night outfit is pretty. Thank you very much. I tried my best. Did my best because, you know, we're trying here to either slay or rescue a princess. So yeah. Am I doing? It's fine. The wound's healed over. It's fine. I'm alright. I'll start with the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next time, thank you. Oh, I'm just be Drago with the Canadian too. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You all are awesome. You all are way too sweet. Thank you. Moving has been a pain in the butt. So all of the support's been really, I really appreciate it. Especially my body's gonna be very sore with all the moving I have to do, because I'm trying to like lessen the cost of moving by like trying to move everything. Me and Brian move everything ourselves, so it's just like, ow. Why am I getting Akira vibes from your outfit? The big bad. I mean, I was just going for just generic armor. The mask is like the helmet mask itself is more like the Dragoons from Final Fantasy 14. But otherwise, have I played before? Is this blind? I played the demo before. I played the demo. Not played the full game. I have no idea what the full game is like, but I've been avoiding Let's Plays of the full game to kind of have a like, at least pure-ish experience. Mine's just not pure-ish because I've played the demo, and I'm kind of aware that this is like a narrative combat, and like narrative combat where it's like we're actually combating a narrator of some kind. But yeah. I'll start with a $5 donation. Love you, girl. Keep doing what makes you happy. Hope your holidays were wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You don't know how fitting that mask is going to be later? Really? Because like, I just based it off of the Dragoons from 14. So, Lamau. But yeah. I'm also very tired. But yeah, play the demo. Don't know what the hell's gonna be going on here. You will have a just warning, many playthroughs. Okay. I've heard that you had to play this a couple of times, which I understand 100%. But I am only going to be doing at least my natural runs, so like what I deem natural. I'm not gonna follow any sort of guide. I'm not gonna be following any sort of, well, if I do this, then I should do this. Like, no, how do I feel at that moment in time? That's how I'm gonna do it. That's probably how I'm just gonna run with it. I'm gonna see what the hell's going on with this narrator, because I remember me and the narrator were butting heads. Me as a storyteller, him as a narrator. It's gonna be very, very interesting. But otherwise, apparently this is a love story. And I can absolutely 100% believe it. Am I going to load the game? I don't have my demo save anymore. I don't have my demo save. So, yeah. No spoilers of backseating. I appreciate no spoilers of backseating, but I'm just kind of like, you know, it's pretty clear that this story is based around the main character and this princess and the relationship. That's where the love story is. Now, the question is, how does it kind of congruent into a love story? How is it truly a love story? Is it a actual love story, or is it kind of like the narrator's trying to not have a love story? Like, what's the deal here? What is the deal here? And that's what I genuinely want to know. Heard a lot of good things about this game. Oh yeah, he's like, gloves on, narrator's gonna be a fight. 100%. Well, I mean, that's why I dressed up as a knight. I figured if we're saving a princess, we're gonna be a knight. Fuck it. Fuck it. But yeah, as warning, again, these are my natural choices. This is what I just... If they're wrong, they're wrong. If I get a bad ending, so be it. I don't know what's going to be involved in this, other than we're figuring out how to combat a narrator about a princess. You're making me gonna follow the narrator. Yeah, it's gonna be how I feel at that moment in time, because I know there's multiple playthroughs you have to go through. You have to do multiple playthroughs. So if one moment I'm just kind of like, let's do the best we can to kind of save her, and then the next moment I'm like, we try to save her, let's go ahead and do the opposite, let's kind of see what happens. It's just whatever makes logical sense for me at the time, that's what I'll do. Yeah. Alright, we all ready to go? That was a honkai at Lamau? Let's see. Oh no, I don't think I can trust the narrator here. I don't think. Even the demo, the demo already proved to me I can't trust the narrator. The narrator is just a pain in the butt. Shala with a $5 donation. You're moving his $5 for Don't Break Your Back fund. Also, spoilers, best ending has him going to McDonald's and getting BTS meal. The best ending is just them going to McDonald's. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 5. Really appreciate it. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. That's the joke, that's the April Fool's ending, whereas you do all of these certain points. It's like, you know what, let's just go to McDonald's. You hear ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh lord. Do I trust the princess though? I guess it will depend on how I approach her. Because anyone can truly just change their opinion and change their mask in front of someone they don't know. I mean, technically we're stepping into this cabin as a stranger. So she could 100% front hey, I'm totally not a bad guy. And then all of a sudden nope, I'm the worst human being on the planet. It could be 100% masking and fronting. So we don't know. I don't know. I don't think I can fully trust her, but I don't know. From when I played the demo, she seemed okay. So yeah, that's all I gotta know. Shrug. All right. I don't have my demo save, so we're starting fresh 100%. I think this would be good for those who have not seen me play the demo, that I'm starting fresh 100%, being that we're all gonna experience this together if you haven't played this. So yeah. All right. Let's give this a shot and see where it goes. The hero and the princess. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I mean, does it... what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Okay. Let's see. But how can a princess locked away in a basement in the world? If I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe the only reason it's going to be because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though. Can someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered maybe that I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get something rewarded in this? Look, I'll go into the cabin, I'll talk to her, and maybe I'll slay her. I do not committing to anything else. I have a chance to meet her face to face. I'm sold. Let's get this over with. Oh my god. It's really... That's... Okay, hold on. Wait. Yeah, do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
The problem with this journey is that we're starting in the midst toward the end of the journey without realizing the context of why we started the journey to begin with. If we have no knowledge of why we started this journey to begin with, how can you logically say that this is actually the goal that we were meant to do, rather than, you being some sort of malevolent entity trying to twist the story we were originally on of saving the princess into slaying the princess? Semantics. But yeah, how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
We? We? Who is we? Who is we? Yeah. Have you considered consider that maybe the only reason she's ending the world is because she got locked up? Like, I mean, that's kind of like, I'd be kind of pissed off at the world too if I was locked up for like the beginning of my life or whatever, how long she's been locked up.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Go for it, my dude.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
This is where I think I remember mentioning in my demo run through the big question of, what is the world then? Is this world an actual physical manifestation of the world like that our characters live in? Like she's actually a princess, we're actually a hero, and this is like some sort of magical kingdom of some kind where the princess is like some sort of like cursed figure, all that stuff, where she like carries a plague or something like that? Or is the world like a story? Is this world more of like a story tale? Like, because, you know, like once you hit happily ever after or wherever the ending may be, stories typically end, like worlds of the story end with the last page of a book or the happily ever after notation. So is it a real world, as in like she's a walking ticking time bomb that will literally explode and kill the world? Or is it the end of the story happily ever after, and thus rendering the narrator completely useless because the narrator's job and essentially existence ends when the world ends? That's the big question I have. So yeah.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
So are we insinuating then that the egg came first?
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I guess there's no point in arguing with it. Like, look, I'll go into the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if maybe if she's bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies.
Assuming she's a liar.
And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Assuming that she's lying and she's just not just some random princess.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
Hey, kitty.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Okay.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Why is the princess in a cabin and not like some sort of like castle dungeon?
We're not going to
That's
go
my
through
big question.
This, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
I agree with you.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, like, obviously he's more of the empathetic side of understanding that a life is a life and not just randomly killing people without any sort of precedent as to why.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I love how the blade is just kind of like, hello, I'm here.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Well, here's the thing. Why am I not armed before coming to the cabin? That, again, context of why I'm in this world and where I am in this storyline is the biggest question for me. If I am some sort of hero, if I'm some sort of, like, warrior figure, why am I not already armed before even coming in here? Why do I need an arbitrary blade that is just sitting in the middle of this cabin to slay a princess that I have no idea is evil or not? That's the biggest question. If that's the case, wouldn't the world end anyway? After all, she died, the story would end too. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, what is the point here? What is the point here? We had a good Christmas. We hung out with family, and we watched a couple of movies, and we just kind of vibe. No, we're not taking. No, just we don't need it. We don't need it. Get out of my face.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I mean, whoever locked her in here is kind of an asshole. We're just leaving her in a rot-filled, like, basement in a cabin in the middle of the forest on a hill. It's like, I mean, I'd want to destroy the world too if I was locked in here.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Hi.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
Okay.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
She's not a threat to anyone. Like, literally, what can she do? If she wanted to do something, she would have done it by now.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Nah.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I would love to if I had the key, sweetheart. Yeah, let's take a look and let's see what's going on here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
I'm just looking.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I did not voice in this game. MKU, I did not voice in this game. I wish I had the pleasure.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? Let's see. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the keys are lying around up there somewhere. If not, I can at least find something to break. Yeah. Let's see if it's up those stairs.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
All right.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Great.
You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Well, you're an asshole, aren't you?
Is someone else here?
Go try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Kick it in! There's no point in yelling. Pretty sure there was a narrator being an asshole.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
But what do you mean I'm supposed to? That insinuates that my job actually is to kill the princess, but then you would have given me the context as to why I got the mission in the first place.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
This is not necessarily a mess other than you just putting me into a mess. Hi, sweetheart.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
100%.
She
Oh,
then
Jesus Christ!
hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
You know, fuck you, I'm gonna try it. I'll save her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Jesus.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
This princess is clearly more than a princess. But then again, that's kind of on us for insinuating every princess is this like little like, oh, Prince Charming, come rescue me, princess in a tower bullshit. It's one of those things where it's just kind of like, you know, not every princess is a hoity-toity little damsel. There are princesses who are strong.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Sweetie, just because I have a little bit of a medicinal background, do you mind if we tear a little bit of your dress and, like, be able to bind and cover that wound so that way it doesn't get infected?
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Well, yeah, she's escaping at this point. I think anyone at that point would be like, yeah, fuck the pain, I'm getting out of here.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Come on. Yep, let's go.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
And that's why you're a problem.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Up, nip, nope.
Stop that.
I love the mouse has changed to a blade. You got a little tiny blade here.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Well, that's why I'm trying to, like, figure out a way to combat the narrator.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
We could get out of here alive if you just open the door and let us go. Ah, perfect.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
You just met me, sweetheart. I understand that I'm a little bit of a psychopath right now, but I'm pretty sure you can handle it, right? You managed to chomp through your own arm. You can handle, like, running and escaping, right?
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Also, it's quite interesting to see the hero have, like, a almost dragon demonic-like hand. Are we the dragon in this situation? Question mark?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
From what?
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Nah, honey, you got it.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
And I mean, we could have survived if narrator you just let us go. I mean, just like, bruh, I mean, it's either you want me dead or her dead, and it was just like, it's gonna be one or the other. And I mean, like, she is proven at this point a little, like, carnalistic, but incompetent in such a way. I mean, like, there could be a connection to be made, the fact that she tried to gnaw her arm off, instead of, like, you know, just waiting until we could figure out how to weasel her arm out of the chain or something like that. Narrator just wants violence, straight up.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
But now you have the knife where you can start, like, cutting through that door and escaping, sweetheart. Chapter 2, the damsel. Okay. Oh, so we straight up died. Okay, cool.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
You bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. No, yeah, 100%. You're a fuckwit.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time.
No, he didn't.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last
Hi.
time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
So you're a new voice. Pleasure to meet you, Smitten.
Our beloved?
I mean, we did kind of approach me like we're gonna save her instead of like that. We just died heroically. So, I mean, we could have a Smitten belovedness about it.
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We're in a polycule now?
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
I mean, I know a couple of people, like one guy specifically who literally destroyed the world for a kiss. So you know, it's not that unsurprising that people like him exist.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
You and I are gonna be best friends, my dude. Yeah, let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Okay.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
I mean, it kind of happened because you were an asshole and decided to really just try and, like, skew the narrative to actually just slaying the princess.
You were the one who did us in, villain.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price.
But you're insinuating that you're insinuating that the princess alone, her existence would kill the world should she step out of the cabin. It's like, okay, if she stepped out of the cabin and the world doesn't end, are you the idiot amongst us here? Or, like, are you just lying to us for the sake of lying?
I beg to differ.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations.
But see, I'm not going to ignore them. I'm just going to take it into consideration, being that you've literally given me no reason to trust you.
Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Now that is quite an interesting little conundrum that I do have to think about. Like, why are we starting at the beginning of the story again? Like, are we restarting the chapter? Because it does clearly say that this is chapter 2, and yet we're starting with the direct replicated narrative of you are in the forest, heading to the cabin, you must slay the princess. It's literally the same thing as the first chapter. Is this a continuation, or is this a reversal of time? That is quite an interesting conundrum. Does that mean our actions did have some sort of lasting consequence? I mean, that could already be proven by the fact that the voice of the Spitten is here. We have a lasting consequences. We have a lasting consequence. So there will be things changed here, but like, is this a cycle? Is this a loop? Is this a reversal? Is this a continuation? That's the question.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
We were resurrected, and now we have to try it because you are some sort of malevolent being who wants us to slay the princess and will not stop until we slay the princess?
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Well, I won't know because I wasn't there.
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Okay, simple in your eyes 100%, but I'm pretty sure everyone in chat could agree with me. Why princess bad? Give me you need to answer the question, why princess bad? You can't just say princess bad, you have to answer the question of why princess bad. Stop her, sure, but why stop her? If we cannot answer the question of why princess bad, then we cannot answer the question of why stop her, and thus save everyone. Why save everyone? If we cannot answer the question of why princess bad, we can't answer the question of why stop her, and we can't answer the question of why save everyone. Hello, why door lock? Why you asshole? Things like that. You know what? Let's talk about it. If you hate her so much, you should be able to give me details.
Just be quick about it.
Okay. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time is because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world? Who locked her in the basement? Yeah, doesn't even matter like how competent or incompetent she is. Who locked her in there?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
But people? Yeah, if people locked her, why couldn't they slay her? Why is it falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
That doesn't make any sense. Why man, door, hand, hook, door, why man, door, hand, hook, car, door? It's like, but call it a prophecy, so it's not a prophecy. If you are more confident in saying that it's the prophecy that I'm the one who's supposed to slay the princess, then perhaps you should lie through your teeth and say that it is the prophecy that I'm the only one who's supposed to be there. You're not helping. You're not helping.
Oh. I didn't know we were special.
Hero, don't start.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Because the narration demanded that we should be here? Just because heroes are made does not make them special. There are plenty of bland, unspecial heroes in the world. Special does not make us any sort of, special is not congruent with actually being in existence. So, exactly, no, don't use the word special. Heroes are not special. Heroes are just put into positions to where they can change the narrative.
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
Thank you.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
Oh, now you dislike me, so that gives me even more of a reason not to trust you. It's like, what aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
Really?
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
You know, You've already shown that you have a dislike for me. I don't know why you dislike me, and that's more context that I would need. And thus, because you already dislike me, I can already assume that you are the villain of this story, being that you are trying to force a situation to which you are forcing the person you dislike to commit an act of murder against another living being. And you don't think I'm not going to listen to you? Yeah, like the only reason she was able to kill me last time was because I let her.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world.
You know, if only it were that, where she was just that beautiful, that all the goddesses and gods of beauty are just so wildly infatuated with her that they would come and try and impregnate her through the world and force everyone to have beautiful babies, and thus creating an overpopulation of demigods which would destroy the world. Maybe that could be the case, but at least that's an explanation rather than you just have to kill her. It's like, really? Sorry, drinking some liquids.
Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
It's and the fact that you're just like, sure, it's her beauty, like, you're not helping the case. You're not giving a why. And that's such a cop-out, bro. Whatever.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Yeah, I'm with them. I'm fuck you.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with?
Yes.
You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
I've never seen anyone play this get salty about narrator. Here's the thing, I'm a writer. I am a writer. I technically am a narrator in a sense, because I also help craft and bring about stories. Like, that's my job. Like, that I've done that for multiple years now since I graduated from college. Narration is my life. The fact that this narrator is being so vague and being so just misaligned in trying to convince me to do the job he wants me to do already shows me that no, in no reality would I ever, or would anyone, trust the narrator. So it's just kind of like, the fact that it's illogical for me to look at him and be like, dude, if you want me to kill the princess that fucking badly, give me a better narration. Give me a better reason. You can't just be like, oh, the less you know, the more, the better it is, and blah, 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 blah. Anyone with an IQ of a monkey could lock in and just be like, okay, why am I killing this princess? And is like, okay, no, I'm not gonna tell you. Then why would I do it? That's just common sense. Anyone who's just like, okay, I'll just do what you say, just like, you're just stupid. You are clearly just stupid. It's literally source, dude. Trust me. It's like what actual person would just be like, I'm just gonna listen to what the narrator says without actually thinking about the consequences and the real the context of why I'm doing the thing the narrator is telling me to do. It's not like it's BioShock where it's the very clearly heavy of would you kindly. Yeah, it's not like a would you kindly situation where we think we have the sense of purpose, where the would you kindly is the suggestive narrative of being kind in the suggestion of a request, to which it hides the masking of that we don't have a choice. But this narrator doesn't even do the would you kindly sort of masking agreement of trying to persuade us to actually kill this princess. She's literally saying, you must kill the princess. Why? You just have to kill the princess. Why? Then why would I do it? I don't know, you just have to kill the princess. Give us a reason. Just give us a reason. It's not, and I say this as someone who knows people who lie out their asshole. It's not that hard to lie. It's not. Just say, oh, she is the daughter of an evil queen who is staked upon revenge and has placed a curse upon her body, to which if she steps foot outside of this cabin, she will literally cause an apocalypse. Well, that seems like a reasonable idea to me. That seems like a reasonable thing. Sure, that might be a reason to kill her if she literally steps foot out of the cabin. She causes an apocalypse. Sure, but like, the world will end. Okay, how? How will the world end? Will the world end with her being the most beautiful person in the world where everyone just wants to impregnate her and just cause a surge of overpopulation? Well then no, we just make sure like we use makeup and unbeautify her and just walk away like, okay, she's not as pretty as she was in the cabin, but at least like Aphrodite and every god of sex wants to try and fuck her. Like, give us more than just you have to kill her or the world will end. Okay, how does the world end? Come on! Come on! Seriously! Narrator versus narrator here. We're going fisticuffs, narrator. Fisticuffs right here. Fisticuffs. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
A warning before you go any further.
What?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Hilarious that you even say that! The last time I saw the princess, she was just very nice and be like, hi, hello, could you get me out of these chains? And I'm just gonna like, let me go see if I could go to the upstairs and see if there's a key. I tried to go up the stairs, there was no key. And it's like, she didn't have to convince me of shit! She barely did anything to begin with! She's just like, I'm just gonna try and escape because I'm desperate and we're both locked in this cabin. Oh god, what do I do? I'm just gonna gnaw my way out, and when the knife appears, like, that's an option. Oh god! Like, she didn't barely do anything when we saw her. This narrator, I'm gonna fisticuffs him. Let's go.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Sure.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
You know, a lot of narrators do. A lot of narrators just like to just ramble on soapboxes, trying to justify why our position is right. But at least some narrators, me, can actually give some sort of justification and logic as to why we need the story to go the way it needs to go. Just saying. Narrators love to hear the sound of our own voices. It's, even if we don't love hearing it just in a love sense, we just know that we can talk.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
You know, let the boy be happy. Let the boy be happy.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Whatever, we're going in. Come on. Jesus Christ. Huh?
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
What if we change the story and make the second narrator become mad? Like, would the chapters of the narrator become... I'm not sure.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No, I don't. Yeah, actually, straight up, why is the mirror not having that parallax effect? Hold on.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Wait, you don't... Wait. Narrator, you don't see the mirror? Even though that was an option to go up to a mirror, and yet you recognize we're going up to a wall, not a mirror? You move off to the Canadian too. Pff, this guy's an amateur.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Yeah.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Whoa, where'd the mirror go?
But there was a mirror a second ago.
Hero, yeah, you and I are in the same boat.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Yeah, this cabin's a little different. The outside was made of wood, now we bring of stone. Ignoring the fact that the mirror that was there like a second ago disappeared.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Honey, that's because you're madly Twitter-pated over a princess that you barely ever met.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
So you say.
So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
We're just gonna end. Hello?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
I can tell that there's I can tell that there is a little bit of a change in the vocal tone.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
Sorry, liquids.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You better not have said that out loud with my voice, my dude.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Bless the fact that he cannot hear. She cannot hear him.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Yeah, she's definitely changed. Like, you can tell that her posture's a little better, her hair is a little more decked out, her crown might be a little different, her dress is flared out, more princess-like.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
Because she's met us before.
And she called us a hero.
She knows us. Does she recognize the past? Does she recognize the past attempt?
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Exactly, that's what I thought. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, she said back. Does she recognize the past attempt?
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Here's the thing. I'm wondering if... Okay. Theory out. What if a chapter is a world? If, again, we're talking about a storytelling narrative, what if a chapter is a world? If she did technically end the world, the last chapter ended. What if just a chapter is a world? A story is a world. So yeah, I'm right. My theory of the fact that he doesn't want a story to end. That puts into question, what would happen if we did kill her? Would our story just continue? Would the world not end because we have a story to continue forward with? It's like... Intriguing.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Indeed.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your
No,
job.
shh. I know what my job is. Shut up. I did, let's see. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me to kill you took over my body. It was extremely... Yeah, you know, I'm so sorry, dude.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
No! You give me the reason and then maybe I'll believe you.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
It's a little unsettling, but,
That's because she's perfect.
To your eyes, 100%.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
No. I don't think so. Narrators typically only talk to the hero and the reader. Very rarely does the narrator kind of influence beyond one person. Even in, like, this is kind of going into the backstory of, like, how I created muses in, like, the Seduce Me world. Muses, aka narrators of the Seduce Me universe, can only control one person. That would be way too powerful if they could control literally everyone. Muses could only influence and try to speak and talk and sway one individual. Because to do more than that would just make you not a narrator, but a god. And it's an overpowered ability. So the understanding of narrators only being able to talk to one entity, or at least try to influence one entity, it's like... it would be too unrealistic. So I don't think there's a narrator that's speaking to her, but I'm wondering if the actions we're deciding to make with the storyline is what's influencing her personality. Because we kind of walked in being like, we're just gonna help you. Like, there's no reason not to help you. And now she's being nonchalant of just being like, oh, you're doing your best, it's fine. It's the same nonchalantness that we walked in with, and so our entry into this cabin is what's influencing her reflectiveness of us. So I'm wondering if that's the case. We walked in nonchalant, now she's being nonchalant.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Totally.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Yeah, Fantasy Food Beginner's Guide. Yeah, literally, the Beginner's Guide is you play the antagonist. Yeah, I didn't bring a knife.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
I don't want to do that.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Why doesn't she slip herself?
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
But that's not evidence to what she was previously. Being the fact that you were already proven wrong that we've already met her, I think she's more of a reflection of the choice we made last time. So, what happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
But before we started talking, did you end the world? Did the world end?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No, not necessarily.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
That's more of just her trying to appease us. A lot of her answers to us have been more of the appeasing side. It's nonchalant appeasing, like, oh, honey, darling, what can I do for you? That way I can make you happy. Sure, it can be a damsel, like, the chapter is literally called The Damsel, so it makes sense that this is the damsel trying to be, like, the innocent princess type that is just, like, very amicable to whatever we say. So it's like, it's not a confession. I think it's a genuine, did you want me to do that? Because I can if that makes you happy. I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure.
I don't think she has any idea how that could have been. So, let's just rescue her.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
What? You'll lock the door?
Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
Right? Like, what, you gonna lock the door again, make a knife appear again, and we do the same dance over and over again?
I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Okay, we do not have to resort to suicide, my dude.
You wouldn't.
I would.
Dude, we do not have to resort to Romeo and Juliet here, thank you very much.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Huh. So even the narrator doesn't know what's being written. The narrator is not an actual narrator. Huh. The narrator is unable to fully control the narration. Huh. That's quite intriguing. Because if the narrator truly did have some sort of existential power, he would have been able to stop us. It's so easy to write into narration. Huh. Interessante. Okay, good to know.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, it was an accident that we weren't actually trying to kill you, sweetheart.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved.
From what?
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
What would you like to do? Yeah, that's a better question. What would you like to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
Okay, you're now starting to become those people that just can be like, oh, voice of the smitten, I appreciate the love that you have for this princess you've barely just met. But you are literally starting to sound like, oh, your opinion will change when you want to have kids. You'll want to have kids. You'll change your mind. You're starting to become that kind of preachy.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Well, that's fair. This is the first time.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Well, the fact that the actual truth has not been laid out in full to me already kind of answered that question.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
If you want to leave, then let's leave. We'll figure it out when we leave. If you walk outside and you want to smell the flowers, then let's go smell the flowers. We could take it one step at a time.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
What? The fact that there could be just a fantastical, unabashed happily ever after?
You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
I mean, I would be happy too if I was like locked in a dungeon and then freed with some handsome, dashing hero that actually understood that, hey, listening to me is kind of an idea. What would you like to do? I'd like to leave. Okay, if you'd like to leave, let's leave.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Really, narrator? Truly?
That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
There have been stories that literally have just love at first sight and they want to get married within 15 seconds after they met. Like, it's not an unsensical thing where you're just kind of like, they just met, sure, but okay, they fell in love. Who fucking cares?
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Nor do I have to go through every whim of yours, my dude.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Thank you, hero. I think I got this. Well, do you think you can open it?
Well, I don't know. Do you think I can?
Of course she can. You believe in her, right?
Nobody is leaving this basement.
Nah, I think you got this. Give it a shot.
Okay, let me try.
The princess tries the handle. And the lock clicks, and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
You know, sometimes it's just believing in someone else.
I told you she could do it.
You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade. That's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
No. No, I'm not doing it.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
You've already proven your dislike for me at the very beginning, so why should I give any sort of positive feeling to you, my dude?
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Come on.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Look, see? Oh no, the world is not falling apart. The sky isn't falling. The birds are still chirping. The trees are still fine. Everything's okay.
Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Well, what would you like to do?
Where did everything go?
Interesting.
Where did he go?
Huh.
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
Honey, are you okay?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Dude, we're not plucking feathers right now. What the? What? But you don't get the chance to make that jacket. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
No, there's something else at work here. Something beyond the narrator. Yeah, something beyond the narrator and something beyond, complications.
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I think we're supposed to go look in the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
No, honey. We don't know where she went.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
I can't believe she was taken away from us.
The nerve.
Let's just face it, whatever the heck this is.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Why? Are you going to be a problem now? Hero, seriously, are you going to be a problem now? Come on. You approach the mirror. You gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what is in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You are at the cabin. Is that the princess? Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Hi. A vessel? Hold on. The gift of a fragile vessel. Are you some sort of... What are you? What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Oceans reduced to shallow creeks. Comparisons. You're some sort of omnipotent beings, reduced to fairy tale characters? Is that what you're insinuating? That you're like gods? Being forced into this storyline? I mean, if we can really think about it like nowadays, a lot of gods are being forced into just stories like Hades Town, fucking Epic, every single movie that deals with the deities, Dungeons and Dragons, like, it's deities being reduced to just stories, being reduced to just fictitious characters that we can utilize and abuse however we want. Is that the insinuation here? That if you believe I am like you, then are we gods being forced into a fictitious story? You are aware of who you are. The gift of fragile vessel. Let's continue. The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Okay.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
My question to you then is this what the end of the world that the narrator was fearful of?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
assuming that this is the world that was never meant to end, or if we have ended a world to which our fictitious forms were supposed to reside. Question, do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
I don't think you're the one who trapped me. Makes no sense if I'm handing you things, while the narrator is trying to avoid this. I think, does the narrator know about you? Is that why the narrator is trying to stop you from receiving vessels? But why would you need vessels? And why would you need more than one? Technically, would this be the end of the game where you have a vessel? Or... I have a lot of questions. I have way too many questions. Do you might know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Okay. Well, are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Okay. So you are a whole being, while the princesses we've been meeting are fragments of you. Okay. Were you always the princess, or are you making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Perhaps not. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Is that why I'm playing a hero to a princess? As gods, were we like lovers and this is like some sort of practical punishment by some narrator or some being where the narrator works for in that kind of regard? Alright, what happens now? No point in attacking you.
As we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Ah, okay. So the goal is to be able to give this entity a presence. This entity right now is just kind of like a shapeless void. And the reason why she needs multiple vessels is because these vessels are perspectives. Are basically parts and angles of her entity. Okay. Okay. Alright. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Okay. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Okay. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
I don't think this is the time to ask. I'm wondering if, with better perspective, she'll be able to give me clearer answers. Are you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Okay. Then I guess we're going back in and trying to find another perspective for you.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Of course. Of course I will.
You won't.
Everything goes dark. And you die. Okay. Alright.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. Let's see. I don't think we should go directly to the opposite end of the spectrum. I don't think we need to. But we're trying to give... I'm wondering if the perspectives we give this shapeless entity is what molds her into being the goddess that we kind of want her to be. And I don't want her to be like some sort of malevolent god. So I'm wondering if that's the case. End of the world, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know.
Oh, right, I've already done this one. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Keep going.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him.
It's fine. Hero, don't even worry about it. I want to talk to her first. Like, talk.
The interior of the cabin is all the blade is...
I think this time we are going to take the blade. Yeah, let's take it. We won't use it. But I just want to have it so that way the narrator just doesn't lock us away again. So let's go ahead and just take it.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faint. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Interesting. Let's be upfront. I think I'm here to kill you?
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Okay.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
The goal was to speak to her. If I can be candid with everything, fuck it. Maybe that will give her the perspective of understanding individuality.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
A threat to the narrative that this story is around.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
Yeah, fuck it.
Don't you dare.
Why not?
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Yeah, drop it. Literally no point.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Okay.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Or I could just talk to her and make her have a sense of individuality, which gives the entity another perspective.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Correct. There is no falsehood in that. Yeah, there are people out there that are thinking that you're gonna end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
If you're not gonna give me answers, maybe she might.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
How did you survive without food and water?
Just how long has she been down here?
Thank you for answering the obvious question, hero.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No, actually. I was hoping you'd tell me.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her.
I mean, if she did want to truly end the world, she could just rip off the chain herself.
She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
But assuming that one has the power to destroy the world, one would not be able to hold that massive amount of destruction with a simple chain on one's wrist.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Correct.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you, either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Extremely fair.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
Yeah.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Do you have a name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Ah, she must be your twin then, narrator. Do you know how long you've been down here?
Too long.
How would I even get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
We're good.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm worried that if I try and free her again, it would be the same thing that I did last time. And that would be the same perspective. Though, because she has a new personality, she could absolutely betray me when I'm trying to free her. I wonder if her shift in personality will make us freeing her different.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Why not?
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall, and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Okay.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if the chain isn't up there? Do you have any other ideas besides me cutting you out of there?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
Chalant.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out.
Yeah.
Anything to finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Yep.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Let's see if someone's outside. Someone's actually outside.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Alright.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Nah.
Easier for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone.
Nah, only easier for you. Hi, sweetheart.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Okay, so you're just not gonna go carnalistic on your arm. Okay.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Here you go.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm.
She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
Different expression.
How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Come on.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high.
You're gonna make us try and kill her
again.
again.
Approaches the bottom stair. Your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You watch me.
Okay. I'm gonna try again. If we end up with a damsel, we'll start again.
Stop that.
Nope.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Nope.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Perhaps.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Interesting. So you have a little more of a cold sense to you, but your sense of understanding of medical killings and methodicalness is quite stronger than the damsel.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
I like to think so. The prisoner. Interesting. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods. You're
Yep, yep.
here to
Yep,
slay.
yep. Yeah, okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth.
I agree.
There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
I agree 100%.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Okay.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Though you have proven that you are incapable of fully controlling the narrative, aren't you, huh?
And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
And yet you have not told us the context, rhyme, or reason why. I've already asked about why you think I should listen to you.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
Yep.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
You don't have to say the word wink aloud.
Did you just say wink out loud?
Get out of my head, narrator!
No, I didn't. Wink.
I hate you.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess. The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Oh, Katie. I didn't know that. Katie, wait, I'm supposed to kill her? I totally didn't get that. Thank you for letting me know, Katie. Appreciate it.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Okay. So, the cabin has changed again. This is a less fantastical fantasy-like one and more of just, this is cold. 100%.
The blade is your implement.
But I see the mirror again.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope...
But there was a mirror a second ago.
Don't worry about it. I guess we just interact with mirrors.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Perhaps. We should probably take the blade in case we can't free her. Because I see it's the prisoner. I wonder if... Because there's no key. I don't see any key. Is the cabin a TARDIS? Maybe. I'm wondering... Yeah, because I'm like, I think we should still take the blade. That gives her another option out. So that we can help her. But it would also just be there, instead of the narrator being able to use it against us.
You take the blade from the table. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
It's not that terrible.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
Perhaps.
You walk down
Jesus!
the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
3 chains? This is ridiculous!
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Skeptic, quit reading my mind. I was wondering why there was a 4th one.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sure. Let's sit.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Okay.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Extremely fair. I will sit right here.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
What would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous. But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing. Oh please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
Well, she is in a position of being the prisoner here.
So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
Okay, she's done it before.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none.
That she has full autonomy of whatever she does with the knife?
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Probably. You asked about my intentions earlier. What do you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck? Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're going to use the knife to behead yourself. If you can't be free, you're going to be free in the other, literal way.
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Well, I mean, narrator, let's think about it this way. If she cuts her own head off, technically she will have been slain.
Unless she really could survive.
If she does, then that'd be quite a magical feat.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
I've been here before.
Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion.
Okay.
The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
We'll be fine. Thanks for the concern.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
Thank you for speaking my mind, Skeptic.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
Bullshit.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
What, that you were not the first pain in the ass I had to deal with?
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
Well, at least you recognize it.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
None of us are truly an original. We all are just built up from the people around us, so technically we could not just be an original thought, we could just be just the conglomeration of what people expect us to be. And that could easily be not an original person at all. We could be reflective of what our parents thought they could have been, or what their grandparents they could have had. And we are not necessarily fully original.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. All right?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
I won't.
Thank you, Skeptic. See, Skeptic and I are like best bros now. It's like, nah, don't fucking start.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Of course not.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Well, thank you for being patient. What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them.
Oh, so you couldn't even go outside. Okay.
And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
Yeah, if she was truly malevolent of wanting to destroy the world, she would have flaunted it, or at least stated that as fact that she destroyed the world. If she couldn't leave, she couldn't leave.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I don't think you are.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
You know about that other chain on the wall?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
It probably would.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I just want to look.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
I just want to look at it!
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
I just want to look! We don't have to go to the extreme of actually locking ourselves into it. We just need to look.
He isn't.
I am.
I'll let it go for now.
Good. Forget you ever saw it.
Nice try, but I won't. Specifically because you told me to.
You realize I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me. So this is blind trust again.
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
You know what? I'm curious as to what you'll do. Perhaps this is a better perspective where it's like it's a little more cold condescending, but it's a little more patient. And a little more of what she wants rather than just being a damsel. Okay.
Slide it over.
You got it.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you?
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right? Oh, Rory tried to take over, buddy.
You don't control much of the narration the second time around, narrator.
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
A little.
At least you're being honest.
I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly as she raises the blade to her throat.
If you don't survive, see you in the next run. If not, it's going to be interesting to have a Princess Mimir on my hip.
What is she doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
No.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she saws through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck.
The fact that she's not screaming is bothering me.
I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
Individuality?
Huh. So that's her play.
Killing herself?
She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder, and her neck opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back.
Hero, she wanted to free herself, and that was the only way she was going to be free.
The princess's eyes stare up at you, dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
Did we, narrator? Did we?
Are you sure she's not winking at us?
Obviously not. She is thoroughly deceased. I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
We should take her with us, don't you think?
What? No. You shouldn't do that. Why would you do that?
Because if she truly is going to be the harbinger of the end of the world, is it going to be her personality or her body that's causing it?
I can think of lots of reasons. A trophy, proof of our victory. Hell, we could even give her a proper burial. She did save the world, right?
I agree to that one. She deserves a proper burial, not to be trapped in here.
You don't need proof, you don't need a trophy, and she doesn't deserve a burial. Just leave.
Who are you to determine if she deserves anything or not?
Even after all that, you're still not satisfied, are you? Something is still motivating you to keep things the way you want them.
I'm just eager to put this all behind us and give you your reward. Stop reading into things, the danger has passed.
I'm just keeping myself sharp. I'm not so eager to put my guard down.
I am. I'm on team, let's put this all behind us, so can we leave already?
I'm taking her with us.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids, then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
And if she can move, at least she'll be free.
She didn't. She's dead. But what if she's not? Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it.
Okay.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
Hi. So you did survive. Interesting. How does it feel to be free? I mean, you're gonna have to live like Mimir a little bit and also like Lollipop Chainsaw style. I hope you're okay with that. It's a first time for a female to actually take on the head role. But I mean, who's to say you shouldn't be the first? I mean, come on.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
That would put the narrator into perspective, that it would be the end of his world. Each narrator living in their own chapter. If the narrator's chapter ends, his world technically ends.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you.
I got you. Mickey reveals she's never played Killer 7. I have played Killer 7. But the head in Killer 7 isn't attached to my hip. That's what I'm saying. I've literally played Killer 7. I have a highlight reel of me playing Killer 7 on my channel, my friend. I hate to break that assumption.
So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
You're gonna meet someone. And hopefully they consider you a worthy vessel. But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
100%. Everyone's naturally fearful of what they don't know. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
You'll be fine.
Feels too good to be true.
I know. 100%. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin. I see you found the full vessel.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same as you were before? How much of you has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Interesting.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
That's the cycle of growth. That makes sense.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
You've been kinder to me than anyone else I have met. Thank you. I mean, why? Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Okay. What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you, I've hurt them.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Okay. Interesting. You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
I don't know. There could be many reasons why. Mistrust, blind trust, a large mention of just having to rely on someone else to live. Can we bring it to the world of fiction with us? Absolutely we can. Alright, let's go.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
Of course.
We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Okay, and we're back again.
You're on a path.
Yep.
You're here.
Yep. I wonder. What if I go in without the knife again, and I just try and talk to her without the knife? I tried to talk to her with the knife. Let's see if I can try and talk to her, like, in full without the knife.
You make your way. We're not
Yep.
going to go through with this.
I know.
Ignore him.
You're fine. Don't even worry about it. I want to talk to her without the knife. I want to see if she's more, like, if she gives me more information without being
The
cold and
interior
cynical.
of the blade.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
The door to her voice
Hello?
is, don't let it fool.
Blah, blah, blah. Hi. Hi.
Don't be a stranger.
Yep, I know.
It's been so
I know.
long since I've had any visitors. Please.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the... She's
Hi.
beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay...
Hi.
I would love to. Let's talk first.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to talk first. Hi. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Okay.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Oh god, it would just be like... Princess, come here to rule over the land of land. Welcome to Kingdom. This is my jester. My royal knight. Oh lord. Ah. So Princess is your name.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Valid.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Listen. You could interpret it as that, or you can interpret it as she literally can't lie to you. She just chose not to lie. Because she could lie and say Princess Rachel or something like that. Like, she could have lied and gave us any name. She didn't lie to us. Because she doesn't have to lie to us. Okay. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
What reason?
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
I'm the first person you've seen in a while. What have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Yeah, I was sent here to slay you? Yeah, apparently you're supposed to end the world. I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
Maybe she got DoorDash. Lamau.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping you would tell me. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
Thank you for believing me. Now, can you help me get out of here?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, like, there were no other questions that I could really ask, so fuck it.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Unfortunately,
Maybe
not.
it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful.
Yeah, I'll go check out there.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be here.
You attempt... Is someone else here?
Nope.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam.
Yep.
There's a slight panic.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She
okay.
rips her flesh. It's the blade, or you won't like...
Let's see if I get the damsel again. If I get the damsel again, then maybe I'll slay her in damsel form.
Fine. Again, you cut. The blade is sharp. Her lip... She didn't so much as utter a sound. No. She smiles. How is she...
Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
No. We won't have... As the prince... Wait. This... Watch me.
What are you doing?
Wait. What? Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh. That's intriguing. I can't warn her this time. Okay. Sorry, sweetheart.
Okay. There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with
shit.
the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Okay.
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay. Chapter 2, The Witch. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods. You're
Yep.
here to...
Doesn't this already happen?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Opportunist! Hello, pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the party.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Well, it's easy to keep secrets from you if we just don't tell you.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Totally. Sure. Come on.
A warning.
Yep.
She will lie.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Oh, you little shit. Don't even start. Come on.
The interior
Whoa.
of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Huh.
The blade is your
Mirror? Mirror on the wall?
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? This isn't a... You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Should I take the blade or not take the blade? I think she's gonna 100% try and pounce on me. You know, I'll take it. Just in case she attacks, then I'll just slay into self-defense. But I'll let it be in self-defense rather than using it against her.
You take the blade from the shelf. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
Unless she already knows.
That's not actually a bad idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Interesting description.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else.
No, narrator, you're not the first I've dealt with.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Opportunists, don't be so naive.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
You know, a lot of people like hearing themselves talk.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Okay.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
Hi. You look a little different, my dear.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other.
We do.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
Yep. This would be my 6th time?
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us.
It's not behind us yet, opportunist.
Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Hmm. The blade isn't for you, not for killing you. We've got to get you out. I mean, yeah, if we can somehow get you out of there because there's no key.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
Fair enough.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me. Duh! Interesting. Not sure what to do with the situation. She's free. We could just straight up leave. I don't want to hurt you, but clearly this is broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill. We could fix the broken... Because I couldn't do anything about, like, attacking her. And if she does recognize we betrayed her, just leaving with her probably is not a good idea. My worry is that if we just leave, she'll just claw at our throat. I stabbed her in the back. It wasn't intentional. There, if he tries to control us, we won't have the blade. If we try to leave, he won't be able to force us to stab her. That makes sense, actually, because he tries to stab her. He tries to make us stab her. So here, take the blade. At this point, you do what you need to do with it.
You can't be serious.
Better her have it than you making me stab her with it. I learned last time you made me stab her with it.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
If she uses it to kill us, then so be it. I mean, we did kind of betray her. It wasn't our fault, but we did kind of betray her.
As do I. Abstain?
I'm the one in control here.
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy. We're giving her the blade.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do.
Because if I keep the blade, you're going to make me stab her. I don't want to stab her.
You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
Okay.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Well, one, I don't want the narrator making me stab you. And two, gesture of goodwill.
What do you think happens now?
One, you're beautiful, my dear. I mean, let's see. It's up to you. That's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regretted it. So now it's your turn to choose. We're both scared. We're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be better than this. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me. I mean, I did say this. You're beautiful, and I actually want to save you. We're both scared. We're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be better than this. That's up to you. That's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it. Now it's your turn to choose. I did naturally say this one first. It sounds shallow saying you should be, like, I did naturally say that is a shallow response. That is a shallow response. That is a very shallow response. I could say it naturally, but when you think about it, it's kind of shallow. And I think because this is our third time, she's recognizing that this is not, like, a normal occurrence. So I think, yeah. I don't think it's gonna change her mind what she wants to do. But I think she recognizes that, like, we betrayed her and now, like, it's in her power to make the choice to kind of continue the cycle of revenge.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
You know, I was expecting that.
What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you this is what she was going to do.
Okay.
Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. Okay, so we have a third chapter now. All right. The Thorn. The Thorn?
You're on a
What the
path
fuck?
in the woods. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted.
Hold on, stop. I can't believe she actually stabbed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument.
Sure, let's continue that.
Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future.
Smitten buddy! So glad you're here!
Ho ho! A visionary. I like it. Tell me more.
Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper.
Damn, Smitten, that was kind of deep. I mean, thinking about that, yeah. It's kind of reflective. It kind of makes sense that Smitten is here. Because talking about romance in such a deep way, it makes sense. Because if you hurt the one you love and you kind of show your fear and insecurity by giving back that power and letting them have that moment of power, it begins a relationship of trying to understand each other. And yeah, you've hurt each other, but it's a matter of being able to trust in one another to change and be better and go beyond what you've done to each other and try and be better than what you've done. So it kind of makes sense. Smitten, you deep son of a bitch! I love it!
I like journeys. Travelling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to?
Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
She hates us.
I mean, she did kind of stab us, so it makes sense.
Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. There might just be a kernel of affection in that angry, angry heart.
As ridiculous as this guy is, maybe he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but
I think this is more of a healing journey. We technically betrayed her first, and then she betrayed us when we gave her power. So this is kind of a road of just meeting in the middle of like, you hurt me, I hurt you, let's figure out how we can move on from here.
maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence.
Perhaps.
You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Give what another try exactly?
You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
And you haven't been saying a single word, narrator.
It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
Sorry, I rolled the Lord. So much attention. So much attention, my baby girl.
Oh, are you now?
Totally.
Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice. Sure. Twice.
Yeah, twice.
Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
This place is different. It keeps changing.
Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously. It would mean your grip on things is slipping, which, in turn, likely means her influence is spreading. Someone's in the know. I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her.
But why? Sure, we can see how dangerous she is, but why is she dangerous in your eyes?
You don't have to worry about me. My head's always empty. Except the thoughts of her.
I hope you don't think I'm planning on freeing her after she stabbed me in the heart. Screw the cabin, what happens if we just leave? You're sure as you be taking the whole looping thing in stride. Yeah, we're gonna free her. Come on.
Please don't.
Please, why?
You can't stop all of us, you villain.
Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top.
You know, opportunities that make sense.
Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
But that's just rude. That's just fucking rude. Smitten really said head empty, no thoughts, only princess. You seem to be taking the whole looping thing in stride.
What do you want me to say? It's bad that you've been here before. It's bad for you, it's bad for me, and it's especially bad for the world. The more times you run through this, the more likely it is that you'll fail. You've already failed twice.
According to you, probably around like 6 times?
So you knew this could happen? Theoretically, sure, I knew this could happen, but I was supposed to be the first. I'd really rather not get into it.
I don't care about where we came from, and I don't care to discuss the theory of anything. I yearn only to bring her freedom. I'm here to feel, not to think.
Oh, if only the world felt like that.
Then we can all move on and forget what I said about failure. It's important that you believe in yourself, and the fact you're here probably means that you still have a chance to pull this off and save the world. My world, at least. It sounds like you've probably doomed a couple of others already. I need to stop talking. Think happy thoughts.
The chat has decided to give the protagonist the name Raven. Okay, so we're Raven. Interesting. Okay. No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers in the cabin. Let's see this through. Yeah.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. You know what you have to do.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
Oh, wow.
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Why is this surrounded by thorns with red flowers? I don't think these are roses. These are just flowers. Wow.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her.
Why can't we just talk about her? Look at poppy flowers? Okay.
Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
No, it might be.
If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We have already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers.
I just realized something. I haven't saved at all. I need to save. Oh my god. I had not saved a single time. I'm a butt.
Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
I don't think I need to bring up the mirror.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent.
You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome features.
It went away when we touched it last time. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing?
Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Yeah.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below.
Okay.
The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished.
Oh.
Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
Huh.
Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help.
It could be symbolic of us approaching her and being unable to leave without some sort of pain. We can approach her, but trying to leave brings about a thorniness. Could be symbolic of that nature.
Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to free you, and I mean it.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here, and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Alright.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation.
Jesus Christ, honey!
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Hey, honey.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
No. No. I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
No, I get it. I've been in your position before, honey. It's... God, the symbolism of this relationship is so interesting in this route. The fact that we hurt her and then she hurt us, and we're just kind of like in this cycle of just like unable to truly trust each other. Like, the first route, she was 100% yes, I'll do whatever you say, I'll believe whatever you say, I'll do whatever you want. Second round is just like, it's all about blind trust. We blindly trusted her as she blindly trusted us to make sure that she got out of that cabin. Now it's like, how do we trust one another when we hurt one another? Like, wow, it's... God damn. I've been in this position. It's just kind of like, is you hurt me and I've hurt you. Like, how do we move on this? Like, how do we trust each other? Like, fuck.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind? Reach to the plea. Yeah, like, I'm also trapped here.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
I know.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Yeah. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
I'm not gonna reach for it, I'm gonna ask for it. I don't think it's the time to reach for the blade. I think I'm gonna ask for it.
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me permission.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort.
I get it, you're scared. 100%. Trauma and mistrust does that. 100%. I get that, sweetie.
But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter?
She's allowing trust to happen. She doesn't trust us fully. Trusting us fully would have meant that we'd never harmed her before.
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her.
We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out,
Really, opportunist?
slay her. Right here, right now. She's
No.
never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
No!
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
You should eat my butt.
I see that the lines have been drawn.
It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Come on, let's get out of here, sweetheart.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision.
You little... I'm gonna bonk you over the head with a hammer.
I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
I'm gonna ding him in the head with a hammer.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her.
And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
Jesus.
You
Come on.
take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Narrator, back off.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip.
You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Jesus Christ, opportunist. There you go.
The princess
Hey.
falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
If she allows it. You can't force a kiss like that if she allows it. Is it okay to? Is she allowing it? Now that's the thing, I'm like, in this kind of a situation, is it okay to kiss her? Let me save. Yeah, let me save. I'm gonna save because I don't trust myself. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like, I think in a normal circumstancing of understanding that this is a fictitious story, I would agree that kissing would be like the whole romantic fantasy happily ever after, sure. At the same time, this path symbolism is all about rebuilding that trust after betraying each other. A kiss without, like, asking for it. Like, for example, we had to ask for the knife. We had to ask for the blade. That already kind of, like, put a little wave flag onto me and be like, hey, this is about asking first. There cannot be any sort of without asking first in this situation. So as much as I agree we should kiss her, I think right now is not the time to kiss her. So yeah, yeah.
Me too.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
You should have kissed her, you fool. It was the perfect moment.
Because we betrayed her first, she needs to be the one to initiate. It's not for me to initiate a kiss. It is on her to initiate. I can't be the one to be like, I'm gonna kiss her. If anything, there should have been an option to ask if we could kiss her. That would have been a better step forward. Either her initiating it or us asking if we could. Forcing a kiss, not a good option.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes.
We've already gotten a couple scrapes already. We're fine. We'll just cut through them.
I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
Are the thorns really not that deep?
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Really? There's an option to just step into the thorns rather than cut through them? Ooh, that's quite an interesting. Huh. I'm gonna step through them. Let's see if they actually are as dangerous as they are.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield.
Ah, okay.
Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Not tell me the whole truth. Not give me enough information. Not telling me why she is such a threat. If all she is just the end of a story where it lives to a happily ever after, all stories end like this. And you are scared of just your story ending. And it's absolutely believable and absolutely understandable that you don't want your story and thus your world to end. All fictional characters have felt that. Everyone here in the world of fiction has felt that fear of our stories just ending. But they don't end, do they? We live on through the stories that are told multiple times through other people. That's why do you think such grand characters live on in the worlds of memory? Because even if our worlds around us end, even if our stories end, we are still remembered. We are still cherished and loved and never forgotten. It's natural to be afraid. We're still gonna keep going. Because stories don't just end at happily ever after. Stories don't just end when you close the book, or turn off the TV, or stop the video, or stop the audio CD. They don't just end. They remain. That's why the world of fiction continues to live on. Despite the fact that technically our stories are over. We keep going. Because people remember us. Because people continue to hold the messages of our stories with them. The messages of our characters with them. I get you're afraid. If you really want to fight that hard, give me more information.
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn an innocent like her to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Come on.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now?
Well, my darling, I'm afraid you will join with an entity who will make you part of her, as you are part of her to begin with. When it's over, you technically will be free with her.
Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
You do not get this chance to respond, nor will you ever. It is time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again.
Just trust me, we've been here before.
But it feels so bad. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Finally. We're going places.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Interesting. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart.
I understand.
Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts one another. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't it make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
No. If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
You know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Okay. Have you figured out what you'll want when we finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Okay. So you want to break out of this. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Okay. What do you want me to bring you next time? Pure curiosity.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Ouch. Why did that one sting a little bit?
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and tells me new secrets.
Fair. So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
Okay. Alright.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. Ah! Jesus.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
My goodness, this is just... My goodness. How many more vessels do we have to get her? I'm just like nervous. What else could we do? We could slay her, but I don't want her to have any more maleficence. Maleficence. I don't want any malevolence on her. Yeah, let's try to leave. Let's see what happens if we leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
No. Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
In the world of fiction, no one dies. Don't even give me that lip. Yep, nope.
Your silence is deafening.
Yep.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place. Yeah, fuck it.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Meh.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
This is kind of fucky.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Favorite princess's voices thus far? I like all of them. Though I will say the full entity has been my favorite.
Wait, what's going on?
It's a forced situation. Even if we make the choice to not engage, it will force us to engage.
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
And it didn't require us slaying the princess, or require us, like, making the sure the princess lives, or her leaving the cabin. Yeah, your continuity errors are starting to show, narrator, that the fact that she just lives somehow states the end of the world, and yet it shows no prophecy of, like, a deadline we had to kill her, a prerequisite of her ending the world, things of that nature. The stranger.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Yeah, the walls weren't here last year. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
A contrarian. Interesting. You're gonna be a little bit of a wild card.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
Huh.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
If I can't run away from the cabin, then I'll just staying here in the woods forever. Huh. I'm actually curious what would happen if I actually did meet her. I'll come back if it's not interesting, but I'm genuinely curious. Yeah.
A warning. Before she will lie.
Yeah.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
And you are already being difficult just because you can be.
Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
For real, right?
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that. And when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job. So you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
It's basically said just get good.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin,
But we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
what you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. You reach forward and rub your... But there was...
And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
You know what? I'm just gonna enter the basement without the knife. Without knife. It's fine. We don't need the knife. Screw it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
Didn't realize it was in Whoville.
The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Huh.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
We're fine.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Fair enough point. Let's just go straight down the middle.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways.
If you have to turn your body, you're going the wrong way. Just go straight.
But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Hi.
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
Pardon me as I relook at what the narrator just said. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism, blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and familiarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that will be described as... Is it strange that the word I'm thinking of is hope? Think about it. Pandora's box, we've seen all of these different plagues and vices and anger and pain and tragedy all circling around and covering the last emotion of humanism as hope. It could be human, but human's not an emotion. Hope is. It could be hope. Hi.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so... blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart.
Well, if she is a stranger, we don't necessarily know her. It's a blank slate.
If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
She doesn't even know us. Of course she would have all her cards close to her chest. We don't know her. She doesn't know us.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
Interesting.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before?
Yes, sir.
Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Nah.
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Let's not do that. Getting down here was weird. Like I was being pulled apart and pulled back together again. Do you know what happened to me? You know what? Let's be logical. For all I know, you're locked up here. Do you know why you're here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Because she's such a stranger, we don't know what she really is. She could be innocent, she could be not innocent, she could be gaslighty, she could not be gaslighty. This is a reflection of the fact we're dealing with a stranger. We're dealing with someone we don't know.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Getting down here was weird. You know what happened to me?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up,
I will devour you.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
What's your name?
Princess.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
No, I don't need a name.
My name is whatever hushed whispers follow in the wake of my devastation.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person?
You either trust me or you believe that I'm dangerous. What I say won't change how you already feel about me.
Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it?
Again, we're dealing with a reflection of a stranger because this is a person we do not trust. We don't know them. It's rather brilliant, the symbolism.
Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse. Wait, that's not right.
Both options were highlightable.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart.
Oh God.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
If we can, we try.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Of course you don't. You're a contrarian.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I'll do my best. Okay. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. And there's that mirror again. But it feels so bad. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
It'll be okay.
Okay. You're not messing with us, right?
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There are trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least there's supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
So there you are, God. We are gods. Do you think anything real is real out there? Do you think we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Tell that to Shar from Dungeons and Dragons. What are your thoughts? Will she be okay?
These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
With multiple possibilities. We could always look at the negative and be like, they're lost to forever and it's a confusing void, or we could think of them as possibilities for what could be, potentially. That's fair.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Good. You know what's gonna happen when you awaken.
If I did, I would already be awake.
Fair enough. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, and some of them is something else. But one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I don't know why, but I know this for a fact that he does.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Okay. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Okay. Now let's find you one more vessel.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Is there any more peaceful path?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Stay in the forest? No. I don't think so, no. Us staying, we'd never meet her. We'd never have a vessel. That would not make sense to me. I'm trying to think of potential another peaceful, or at least a positive one. If it's not peaceful, then I want it to at least be a positive one. One reflective of a powerful generosity rather than something that's a negative. Talk to her, then leave her in the cabin. Potential. If we know that when we meet her we're gonna hurt her, us leaving would be symbolic, if anything. It would be symbolic.
You're here to... You make your way. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade...
No, because if I enter without the blade, I'll just be forced to kill her regardless. That's a problem. If I take the blade, I'll be forced to kill her regardless. No, if I don't take the blade, I'll be forced to kill her regardless. Are you sure killing her will actually end the route? Maybe kill her without any backstab, we show her kindness in the next chapter? That could be it. We just straight up just boom, 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 get the job done. Though, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard there is a route where she can step on you. Where it's like she's absolutely becomes like a step on me queen. Is that a rumor or is that a real thing? Is that a real path that I could bring her? Because if I can make her step on me, I'll take that one. I'm such a bottom. Pretty sure it's real. It's real? It is real? There are a couple that fit that description. You don't want it to see the sad or abuse. Is this the one she fights harder that crushes you? It's pure violence to get it. I'm such a bottom. I'm such a bottom. Have a knife day? No, because I've heard there was the one where, like, she's like, people have been saying step on me, princess. I'm like, wait, what? Is that a thing? That one's my favorite too. It's not a happy ending. Well, at this point, are there any other truly happy endings than the ones we've already discovered? Because it's clear that we want to free her. It's clear that we want to have positive interactions with her. We want a positive influence to go into this entity. So it's like, have you gotten the gray? I have not heard the gray. What is the gray? Bittersweet, at least. I guess she can come across step on me, princess. Because I'm like, I know I'm such a bottom. I know I'm such a bottom. But at the same time, I'm just kind of like, what pass would have a positive influence on this entity? We just need one more vessel. We can't get either gray right now? Oh wait, there's pathways that are locked at this point? Don't think there's any other positive endings except for the one where you kill her right away? There's the Spectre. But that one is weird. The Grey is an extension of the damsel and the prison routes. Yeah, we already did damsel and prisoner. Because at this point, we just need one more. I'm not going to be too stressed about, like, spoilers on each pathways, because it's obvious what we do will influence the path. But it's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Let me be a bottom, guys. I want to be a bottom. The final one, I don't give a shit if it's a bad ending. Let me be a bottom. Guide me to being a bottom. Do not guide me astray. I want you to make me a bottom. Make me a bottom. Make me a bottom, guys. Make me a bottom. I just saved. We're in the cabin. I just saved. How bottom? Okay. I've heard that there is one where, like, she's like mommy energy, where princess turns like mommy energy and is like step on me princess. I want that kind of vibe. Okay. She will okay, Coldry. 1, chill. 2, she's already killed me. She's already killed me. Her killing me is not a surprise anymore. Her killing me is a prerequisite at this point. How can you? You're already a bottom. How much more do you want to be a bottom? Get the knife and do what she says. Become bottom. You need to make her dominant. Okay. Because I'm like, I genuinely don't see. Remember, think of the tower. So that's the one you want. Okay. Because I'm literally not. Because I literally can't think of literally any other pathway that I could take where it's a positive ending. Us lock. Like if we lock her. Pure curiosity, since we're here. What happens if I just lock her in the basement? If I just lock her in the basement? If I just walk away and lock her? Is there a way I can lock her in the basement? Like, is that a positive thing? Because, like, that just seems torturous in comparison. If locking her in the basement is just torturous. That one's just don't. I figured she, like, I wouldn't like being locked in the basement. Yeah, like, no point in, like, locking her in the basement. You see the effects of the narrator's plan. Ah, and fuck the narrator. I don't want. All right, we're gonna be a bottom. I'm putting my bottom energy on the line. All right. So you're gonna have to get the voice of the broken? I thought it was the tower. Is it the broken or the tower? Which one? I can never be at top. So like, I heard, is it the tower or the broken? Which one is it? Is it, yes, it's both? Is like one of them chapter 3? The broken is our voice for the tower. Ah! Oh! The voice of the broken is the consequence. Okay. Oh! Oh! The voice of the broken. Got it. Right, I forgot. The chapters and the voices are different. My bad. Okay. So, the tower. Let's get the tower. Let's get the tower. Let's have my bottom energy as the final vessel. Because I don't see any other pathways that would have like some sort of, at least not so negative. Unless someone could prove me wrong right here and now. An ending that is not so evil or bittersweet or things like that is at least remotely positive. Okay. You need the knife and then do whatever she says to do. AKA become the bottom. Okay. Adversary. Adversary? There is a happy-ish ending for the Spectre. She wants a fighting rival, but I don't want a fighting rival. I don't want to be her fighter. Fuck it, we're just gonna take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Okay.
It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess.
Time to bottom energy, let's go. Alright. Let's go.
The door to the basement creaks open, her voice carries.
Who's there?
Adversary brings more lore, and I get that. Okay. The Spectre is gonna bittersweet even though it gives you a lot. Okay, hold it! Stop! Alright, hold on. Okay. I could reload a save. Don't start. I could reload a save. Hold on. There, I'm hearing adversary, I'm hearing Spectre, I'm hearing tower. Y'all know how I feel about this. Y'all know I want positive vibes going in to this entity, whoever this entity is. If I can't give her more positive vibes, I want a bottom energy. I want to fully accept my bottom energy. So, if no one can tell me definitively that there is a positive energy ending that I can get right now as the final vessel, then we are 100% showing our ass. If you want positive vibes, go for Spectre and insta-kill her. Positive energy and okay. Fine. We can't access the gray anymore because we've already done the damsel and the prisoner endings. So, I guess I'll save bottom energy later if Spectre is positive. Okay. So, just go in, stab her, be done? Is that it? Just go in, go for the stab and be done? Alright!
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you.
Nope.
Good. You're still
Just
listening
go.
to reason.
Go right in.
You walk down the stairs. She's so cold. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are.
Hi.
Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward.
Nope.
Your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Done.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Yep. I just stabbed you or you're gonna bleed out.
She can't die.
You're gonna bleed out. It's fine.
Yes. Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
She gonna bleed out.
But is it over? Really over?
Yep. Yep, she's good. Let's go.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
We're done. Let's go.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
We have. We have done something terrible. We've killed an innocent person without giving them the chance to redeem themselves. But we're still gonna try and go. We're sure positive energy here.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad.
Yep.
But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
But it's already doomed, isn't it? It's going to end anyway because that's the end of your story.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened?
Your story is over. The world doesn't exist anymore. Technically, the world already ended. Because that's how the narration doesn't seem to realize. Once the narration ends, his world ends. He would have to continue narrating for the rest of his life in order for his world not to end. By actually succeeding in his plan and succeeding in the plotline and finishing the story, he has indeed ended his world.
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I don't know how to react to this. On the point of this being, it's just kind of like, we have reached the stasis of a potential world not ending, sure. But is this truly how we want the story to end? Yeah, like this ending is boring. It's just like there's no world to return back to. It's like, does it want your world to end like this so his will be fine? I guess that would be the case. If we are far away, maybe if we say okay, we can look around the cabin. I'm wondering if we can look around the cabin if we just go along with it. We actually save. Saving is actually smart. So, okay.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
We're not happy. But it's a matter of, do we stay in the stasis? Or do we just move in? Can we get McDonald's? I don't think McDonald's delivers into the void of empty space. How do we get out of here?
I do. but you're probably not going to like it.
Oh! Do we even have... still have the blade?
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Okay.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out.
Okay.
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Narrator, I hate to be somewhat of an asshole, but what could possibly be happy about living in a potential 7x7 box? A 7x7 by maybe 10 box of empty nothingness, twiddling our thumbs, maybe just wiggling our junk once in a blue moon when we want something entertaining to look at. And it's like, there's nothing happening. How is this happiness?
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
We're getting out.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate.
Bliss? Look around. Is this truly bliss? This is boring. This is so boring. Come on.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Bye. I guess I'll see one of your cousins later. The Spectre. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods.
Yep.
You're here.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
The cold. Hi, friend. You gonna be okay? I hope you're not gonna be a problem.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place. A warning. Before you go any further, she will lie.
Yep.
She won't be a problem.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already. You walk up to the wall next to the basement. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Yep.
I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Now, question is, do we take the blade and try to kill her immediately again, or no? There would be no reason for us to take the knife. She's dead already. Probably just enter the basement, probably? Yeah, it's like, we don't need to bring the blade with us. Why would we need to bring the blade with us? Yeah, so, yeah, fuck it.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
Physically, anyway.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
A ghost!
Yes.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Haunts us for the rest of our days.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Valid.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
I don't want to grab her and I don't want to hurt her. Would grabbing her be like... yeah, that's pretty aggressive. Yeah. Yeah, Spectre is actually kind of cute. Yeah, that's absolutely cute.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore.
Yeah.
So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg for absolution, maybe? Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
Ghost Tommy Mommy for real. I mean, oh my god, there's a lot of options. Well, I should probably explain that I was told you were going to end the world. I guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You were going to end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
She's a ghost, of course.
She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Yeah, it was wrong of me. How could it have ended the world if all it took was a knife to the heart?
So there really was a last time, and you really did manage to slay her. I would have liked to think I was the first, but there's no point living in denial. The first? It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this. Don't underestimate your own capabilities. If you truly managed to slay her last time, that doesn't mean she wasn't a threat. It means you did something heroic. Threats come in all shapes and sizes. A misspoken word could bring about the end of everything just as much as a blade or even the mere existence of an idea. You were chosen for this job for a reason.
That's right, Killer. I'm not a threat to anyone. And even if I was, I'm hardly a threat anymore, wouldn't you say?
What are you going to do if I help you get out of here?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt.
Fair.
Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that.
Yeah.
Either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
That's fair. Well, where are you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
Fair enough point. Sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done it.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance?
I mean, yeah.
When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it?
No.
They should, because depending on if the monster was a monster because of its own ambitions or the monster because of its upbringing.
So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Yeah, the people who wanted you to trick me and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. You know, yeah, let's team up.
Nobody tricked you. I'm sure that other me gave you wholly accurate information that you wisely chose to act on.
Barely any.
The fact that you apparently botched the landing isn't on the me you're talking to, nor is it on any other version of me that you've encountered. You're using a lot of words to say a lot of nothing.
Thank you, voice of cold.
The enemy of my enemy.
The princess circles you again, her icy fingertips trailing up your spine, sending shivers rippling across your flesh.
I don't want enemies. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home. Is that really so much to ask?
No.
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away.
Did you hear the hero ask that question, or did I say that in reflection out loud?
Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific.
And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones?
No. Those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing. But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
Okay.
After all, you own me.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
I like this energy. This was a good route. I like this energy.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Yeah, sure. Sounds great.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
Okay, I'm also hungry too, but, like, you don't see me getting narrated about it.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
It's fine!
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yeah.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass, I'm...
Shards of broken glass. Are you... Wait. Are these voices also my vessels? Are the voices my vessels of each personality that I go through? Huh.
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me, is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
Huh.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
We're leaving. Let's go.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
Come on.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do.
Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
Right?
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world. Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
Assumedly.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Colt sounds like a sleepy Ringo Starr, 100%.
Against the backdrop of
Thank you
the
for the
inane
tune.
conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
Well, that's the job of the narrator, is it not? We are supposed to accept our jobs as just narrators.
And whine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
We're gonna keep going forward.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over.
Mm-hmm.
There's no use stalling.
Exactly.
Let's see what happens next.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see...
Yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
Okay, hopefully you count as a vessel.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world? We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends?
Maybe.
Or on top of the other world, but not in it?
Perhaps.
Or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
There you go. You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
Ella, you actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Killer.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
Oh, okay, so that counts as a vessel. Okay. You don't get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. And there's that mirror again. But it feels so bad. You don't need to comfort him.
I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. Whatever makes you happy.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. I'm gonna say it in case I fucked up. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image and the glass in two. Then another crack forms, and then another and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me? Well, if you're not me, then what are you?
I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
An echo? Someone who made you. I'm what's left. You made me? Are you a creator? Others like you said something like that before. Has every narrator really been that different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
None of these top ones really matter. Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
I'm sorry, what? The long quiet, a god I made to rid the world of death? What does that mean? Like, what? What did you make? What is the princess then? If
she is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Wait. Are you insinuating that her being is literally the cause of death? That she is some sort of entity that brings about death? And yet I have to stop her and destroy her? I'm kind of like, wow. I guess after all, death has changed. That is correct. Death is always change. Once someone succumbs to death, everything changes around them. Like, how am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? It's like, you and her allows death to exist, huh? Why would you want to rid the world of death? I'm pretty sure death is good, actually. Important, even. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. I mean... Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone know about us? There's so many things I can ask, and just like, there's only a select few glass shards left. If I destroy her, won't I be alone?
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
To who? To who would it be worth it for? Do you know that things won't just be worse if I destroy her?
Of course there will be worse. I saw a glimpse of a better world, and I did what I could to make it real. Anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
That is so full of fucking hubris. That is just so selfish and dumb. You are literally dooming a godlike entity for the sake of your own hubris to a world you won't even fucking live in. Is... Do you have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
I just... And plus, what even makes you think we want to be a god?
You are you. And if you had let everything work the way it was supposed to, you never would have woken up to the reality of your true nature. There's no accounting for free will.
I'm not gonna slay her. And I want you to know that before you die for good.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Hi. I missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I am the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Well, what happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Oh wait, shoot! No, did not mean to. Nope. Press the save button. Is there any other way? Because I mean, like, if we are indeed meant to stop death, is there any sort of reason for us to keep her here? Death, as terrible and as tragic as death is part of life. Without death, there is no life, there is no meaning. For without death, we cannot try and give hope for pursuits of things within our lifetimes. If you can't die, you literally will run out of things to do. While the world may seem infinite, it's not. And to imagine living a life without death, it's... A life without death would be just torturous. It's not even that she's changed itself, all change will end. It's like, exactly, it's like, everything will become monotonous. Everything will become the same. Everything will stagnate. Stagnation is one of my worst fears. I may hate the world, I may hate humanity, I may hate everyone in equal measure in terms of how fickle we can all be as human beings, but at the same time, without the ideals of choice and of dying and of change and of the true humanity of it all, is life truly worth living? I think we're good. I think we should just leave. Like, life is worth living, and we shouldn't be one living it alone after making everyone suffer. Let's go.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Come on. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Come on. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. Is that grass growing? You are free. And she is with you. Yeah, that's grass growing. That's life. That's not death, that's life.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Come on. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist, and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you always will be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Damn! God damn. Wow. Very, very nice. How the hell? That's so good. And that was Slay the Princess. Just, wow. Oh my god. Can you go one day without creating or summoning gods? No, that will never happen. But look at that. Wednesday, spoons and nubs. Aww, so sweet. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by clicking H. Love that. Yeah, this is made in Ren'Py, so that's where you just press H. That's awesome. Love that. Join our Discord, join subreddit, follow us somewhere else, make your playlist, play our other game. That was wonderful. That was lovely. That was absolutely lovely. I think that's the true ending we got. I think that's our true ending, because... Would you do the other ones? No. I don't have the time, because I technically went an hour... I went an hour over my scheduled time. Was there other game? I think it's the Hollow? Scarlet Hollow? Yeah, Scarlet Hollow. But I think this is going to be a straight up our ending. Because symbolically, you can tell that this is a perfect love story. You don't want to be alone, and the fact that you've helped go through this life and this change with this other being is perfectly symbolic of any relationship, and it's beautiful. And at the same time, if you take the romance out of it, it's the idea of living in a life that always changes. There's always going to be change. There's always going to be death. There's always going to be the cycles of life and tragedy, happiness and sadness. It's beautifully well done. There are so many bits of symbolism for Slay the Princess. There's so many bits of information that you just have to sit there and go like, wow. If you converse with her more, she would pull up the various hearts you gave her and speak with them in mind. Oh, fair enough. But yeah, I think this truly is a really good ending. It was indeed a love story. And to the other way she mentioned, there's another way. Hold on. I'm going, like, this is not my preferred, but nice regard. Like, I'm so over my time limit. Like, I was supposed to end at like 4:30, but I kept going. It's just like, But yeah, if you want to see the under endings, obviously go get the game yourself. There is the winter Steam sale going on. You can also get my games on sale. But also, Slay the Princess and other games are part of the winter sale. Definitely try this game out yourself if you want the other endings. I know other people have played for the other endings. Maybe I'll check it out another time, but I think that will be the end of Slay the Princess for me. I loved this game. It's so deep. It really got the narrator out of me, got the writer out of me. And the fact that it took nuance and symbolism into a whole different direction is really fun. Shameless plug. I know, it's like it's like I have to move by like next month. And I'm struggling for money right now, so it's not like I need money or anything back up. No. Yeah, game is really good. Game is wonderful. Just as an update, I may do something Thursday. I don't know. It depends on how I feel. Otherwise, Friday we're gonna jump into Umineko at some point in time, either Friday or something. I don't know what's going on. Life's been crazy for me. But yeah, so you all are awesome. Thank you so much for joining me. Have wonderful sweet dreams. And I will see you all next time. Love you all.